in the debate. Business question, Valerie Vaz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Leader of the House please give us the forthcoming business?
Leader of the House, Mr. Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The business for next week will be Monday, the 28th of October, second reading of the Environment Bill, followed by a debate on a motion under Section 3.2 of the Northern Ireland Executive Formation, etc. Act 2019. Tuesday, the 29th of October, second reading of the Animal Welfare Sentencing Bill. Wednesday, the 30th of October, general debate on Grenfell. Thursday, the 31st of October, tributes to the Speaker's chaplain, followed by a general debate on spending on children's services. Friday, the 1st of November, the House will not be sitting.
Valerie Vaz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank the Leader of the House for the forthcoming business? He certainly is getting his feet under the table because it's his third this week, or if we count the point of order on Saturday, that was a quasi-business statement, I think. But the Leader previously mentioned that his godfather was Norman St John Stevens, you know, that architect of select committees and parliamentary scrutiny. I'm sure he will be guided by that as we on this side seek to have more parliamentary scrutiny. And he would like to withdraw his comment, I hope, that he said those who voted for the EU Withdrawal Acts number 1 and 2 are on pretty thin ice when they complain about rushing acts through. Now, number 1 had 3 clauses and number 2 had 5 clauses, but the withdrawal agreement bill has 40 clauses and 6 schedules. So was he wrong to say that, and could he correct that? And Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you've seen it, there is an outrageous tweet going round, and I'd like the Leader of the House to confirm this. It's on the official Conservative Party account, claiming that the deal has passed Parliament and calling for donations, presumably from those who've made money on betting on the fall of the pound. But the Leader of the House is going to have to explain this because it's a letter signed by the Prime Minister. The deal has not passed the House, it's passed its second reading, but we on this side stand ready to provide a consensus on a programme motion that will look at proper scrutiny. Mr. Speaker, the Constitutional Reform and Governance Act states that the House should be given 21 days to consider a new international treaty before we vote on it. Why did the government suspend this requirement? And my honourable friend, the member for Aberdeen North, asked the Leader of the House on Monday whether an impact assessment on the deal has been carried out. The Leader of the House flippantly said, if you ask an economist anything, you get the answer you want. I think what he meant was, the quote is, if you lay an economist end to end, they won't reach a conclusion. But the idea is that you weigh up the evidence, you make the decision, and then you give your reasons for that decision. That's the idea. And the Chancellor is at it as well, Mr. Speaker. He doesn't want to publish an economic assessment of the deal, claiming that it is self-evidently in our economic interests. And I ask the Leader of the House, for example, if Somerset Capital Management want to open funds in Ireland, as they have done, presumably that they will look at reports and analysis before they do that. But more importantly, could we have a statement from the Chancellor ahead of the budget on whether he will publish an economic assessment of the deal? Now, Mr. Speaker, the Leader has announced the second reading of the Environmental Bill next week. The Queen's speech committed the UK to protecting and improving the environment with targets amongst the most ambitious in the world. But the bill has failed to deliver in its 244 pages. Not a single target has been mentioned. Aviation accounts for 6% of greenhouse gas emissions. It's not mentioned in the bill, even though it's the cheapest and fastest way to increase your carbon footprint. And he didn't respond last week when I asked him if the government will rule out fracking once and for all in the environmental bill. We need a debate on that National Audit Commission, or National Audit Office report. It mustn't be down to my honourable friend, the member for Wakefield, for her committee to produce a report. We only get 10 minutes for that. But the report says the government does not even know who has ultimate responsibility to pay for decommissioning of fracking sites, and the government's plans for making fracking sites safe after they've been used is unclear and untested. Mr. Speaker, we resolved, we asked questions to get access to the sectoral analysis, there are two important sectors I want to draw his attention to. The first figures have emerged showing that the Brexit uncertainty has had on UK research, which the Royal Society's analysis shows that the UK's annual share of EU research funding has fallen by nearly a third since 2015. And the Royal Society's president, Venki Ramakrishnan, has said UK science has also missed out on around £440 million a year because of the uncertainty around Brexit. Could we have an impact assessment on this very important sector? And the UK is the second largest legal services market in the world and the largest legal services sector in the EU. It contributes £27.9 billion to the UK economy and £4.4 billion in net exports. It relies in part on uniform market access across the EU and the EEA. What is the government doing to protect this vital sector? Now, I'm pleased that the Leader of the House has scheduled a debate on the tribute to the Speaker's chaplain. The Reverend Rose Hudson Wilkin will become the first black woman bishop. And anyone who was in Speaker's House on Thursday will have heard Canon Father Pat would have heard Father Pat Brown sing The Impossible Dream. They've both worked very closely together, and they have shown us that we are much more than the petty jealousies and the petty rivalries as we work together and they support us in our work for the common good. But I wonder if the leader will consider expanding the tributes to that for you, Mr. Speaker, because everyone who was there yesterday in Speaker's House will have heard the former leader of the Labour Party and the former leader of the House, the Right Honourable Member for Derby South, lay out dispassionately your record, Mr. Speaker. That must be read into Hansard. And he will know, I'm sure, Guy Verhofstadt's tweet when he said he would rather be John Bercow than Jacob Rees-Mogg. Mr. Speaker, I am sure my right honourable friend from Dewsbury and other honourable members would like to seek a flex extension for you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With regards to the thin ice for supporters of the Cooper Bowles and the Ben Act, no, it is the thinnest of thin ice for people to complain, having abused the Constitution, in my view, to push those bills through. That the Ben Act particularly was a fundamental change of approach to our understanding of how the Constitution works between the executive and the legislature. So I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady for giving me the opportunity to reiterate my comments, and that people should be consistent in the way they look at our constitutional processes and not find that one thing suits them one day and the next day it doesn't. The question of the Conservative Party website probably falls outside my formal remit, but the deal has passed its second reading. That is a passage. That is a passage through Parliament. That is an indication of Parliament's assent. It is not, however, an indication of the complete legislative programme. I don't think that's an unduly difficult concept, but if people reading this and paying attention are now aware of this and wish to make donations, of course they'll be very welcome, and I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady that she has raised this point so I can give further publicity to the marvellous work that the Conservative Party is doing. And the point of it is that the deadline is the 31st, which we are all working towards, a deadline set by the European Union, not by the British government. The British government accepted the European Union's offer. The Right Honourable Lady raises once again the question of CRAG. The issue with CRAG is that CRAG allows an act to be put on the table for 21 days and then subject to no vote or legislative procedure. This agreement is being brought into legislation which provides much more scrutiny than the minimum provided by the CRAG Act. Really, I say to the Honourable Lady, really and truly, because under the CRAG Act, the government does not have to provide any time for debating a treaty, it just has to lay it on the table. With this procedure, there will be time, or there would have been time, had the programme motion be carried, for debate on the issue. The Right Honourable Lady questions the economic analysis that it is self-evidently in our interest to leave the European Union. I think this is a matter of routine economic debate. that I think it is enormously in our interest that having the opportunity to be in charge of our own future, to allow this House, the wisdom of this House, to decide our economic policy rather than delegating it to tiresome bureaucrats, seems to me self-evidently in our interest. That is sufficient economic analysis, and if you think that poking through economic models to come out with gloomy forecasts will convince anybody, then I think you've got another think coming. The Right Honourable Lady then went on to Monday's business, the Environment Bill, which is indeed a very ambitious statement of environmental improvement. And I would point out the reason the target isn't in the Act, is that, in the bill, is that the target has already been brought into law. That was one of the last acts of the previous government. And then the Right Honourable Lady was concerned about Brexit uncertainty. Well, Mr. Speaker, we wouldn't have any Brexit uncertainty if the party opposite had voted for the programme motion. Brexit uncertainty would have vanished, would have disappeared, would have gone into the ether as the bill would have become an act, and we would have left on the 31st of October, and we would have gone on to the broad sunlit uplands that are awaiting us. Even as we enter November, there will be broad sunlit uplands, if only the Right Honourable Lady had led her troops in favour of the programme motion. But now, because of the opposition, there may be some uncertainty. As regards the issue on the Speaker's chaplain, Mr. Speaker, I'm much looking forward to making those tributes. I won't preempt them now, but I think, Mr. Speaker, your chaplain has been an absolute model of public service. And I also agree with the Right Honourable Lady that the ecumenism we have within this House is extraordinarily welcome. And as a Catholic, how much I enjoy the fact that we are allowed to use St Mary's Undercroft for our services, as well as them being used for the services of the established church. And that is an enormous generosity of the established church to allow us to do that. The reason we are not having tributes to you, Mr. Speaker, is that this was discussed, and Mr. Speaker modestly said that he felt that the tributes made on the points of order were sufficient. However, I can give the House notice that in my statement next week, I am going to be beginning by making a tribute to Mr. Speaker, so that we may do it in that context. So I notice honourable and right honourable gentlemen are looking thoughtful and thinking about how they will incorporate into their questions a suitable tribute to Mr. Speaker. And finally, on Mr. Verhofstadt, well, Mr. Speaker, you're the lucky one.
Well, I thank the leader for what he said, and what he said is entirely accurate. I'm not making the slightest representation on my own account, and I wouldn't dream of doing so. I'm extremely satisfied. But I do want to thank the leader for what he said about the Speaker's chaplain, and I look forward to those tributes. I hope I can be forgiven for saying, in respect of my appointment, and Rose Hudson-Wilkin was my appointment, that there were plenty of snobs, bigots and racists who were against Rose being appointed at the time. I was right, they were wrong, and I'm glad that she's now universally celebrated in this House, as she absolutely deserves to be. And I warmly thank the leader for what he has said. Now, a very serious parliamentarian. Who shall we have? Sir William Cash.
Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, the vast majority of the Labour Party, the Lib Dems and the SNP all voted against the bill, and therefore against sovereignty and the clause to protect UK vital national interests, on which the Prime Minister rightly insisted. These clauses would protect the whole of the United Kingdom and their voters from every political party from destructive European legislation such as taxation and state aids, undermining UK enterprise, businesses, jobs and global trading. Will he join with me in urging the entire House to support not only the bill but also the clauses 29 and 36 which will protect the sovereignty of the United Kingdom and voters from all political parties.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for raising that point and for the remarkable work that he has done to ensure that our sovereignty is protected and that he has done over many decades. It is only a pity that the bill didn't manage to go into committee and therefore we were not able to debate the clauses that he thinks and I agree with are so important to maintaining the national interest.
Pete Wishart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we also look forward to joining in the tributes to you next week. And if it's all right with the right honourable gentlemen, maybe the honourable and right honourable ladies might be able to get a few words in too. And can I thank the Leader of the House for announcing the business for next week? Of course, it's much more notable for what's not included than actually what's written here, because, of course, Mr. Speaker, there's no committee stage of the withdrawal agreement being as it is in some sort of Johnsonian purgatory. A week today, we are supposed to be leaving the European Union. Hey! Instead, Mr. Speaker, we're debating, probably appropriately, children's services. Remember, it was no ifs, no buts that we were leaving next Thursday. But we're not. This date was do or die. Die in a ditch. It was the very basis of the Prime Minister's Conservative leadership campaign. And of course we won't be leaving next Thursday, and it will all be somebody else's fault. But maybe it's just me, but I can't remember this ridiculous pledge being dependent on if only this pernicious Ramona Parliament lets us do it. If only these gnats were more reasonable. It was an unconditional pledge without caveat. Now, I know the Leader of the House likes his surrender rhetoric. We've heard a lot about that in, of course, the past few weeks. Will he now say that this date is dead in a ditch? It will not be met. The white flag will be raised. Halloween will go back to being the preserve, the exclusive preserves of the ghouls and the spectres. This date is a dead parrot, Mr. Speaker. And can I just say ever so gently to my friends in the Labour Party, if you get round the table to draw up another programme motion with the Tories, if you have a timetable for a Tory Brexit, your current precarious opinion poll ratings will be as nothing as what is about to come. And Mr. Speaker, can we have a debate about the responsibilities of the devolved institutions? Perhaps just to outline the Prime Minister exactly what they are. In referring to the withdrawal agreement yesterday, he said the Scottish Parliament has no role in approving this deal. The only thing is, Mr. Speaker, it has. And I know the Leader of the House knows that because he's been looking at the withdrawal agreement. On page 118 of the explanatory notes in Annex A, it contains countless instances where legislative consent is required. And for the first time ever, the Scottish and Welsh Parliaments will refuse to give that consent to a bill. Will the government care a whit? Probably not, because it never does. What was all that rhetoric about? Lead, don't leave the UK. A partnership of equals. Isn't it the case, Leader of the House? If we have to secure the rights of our Parliament, we will have to become an independent nation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable gentleman, during his comments, made the remark, if only the gnats were more reasonable. Well, that is something to be looked forward to, but I think it may be in the next world rather than in this that it finally comes. But the gnats, in their unreasonableness, are at least very straightforward. They want to stop Brexit, and they've always been very clear about that. And although I disagree with them, I respect their position. There is no false pretense in what they say. It is a position they hold. They are not using procedural mechanisms to try and frustrate what 17.4 million people voted for. They are absolutely upright and straightforward in their opposition. I disagree, but I respect the honesty of that position. And they are certainly not on thin ice, because they have opposed Brexit the whole way through. The responsibility of the devolved administrations is a very important issue. This government respects the rights and responsibilities of the devolved administrations, but the devolved administrations ought also to respect the rights of the United Kingdom government. The conduct of treaties and the agreement of treaties is a matter for the United Kingdom government. Some of the detailed implementing legislation may require legislative consent motions, but the two are different and separate concepts, and therefore what the Prime Minister said was absolutely right. The honourable gentleman then asked if the date of the 31st is still the date on which we leave. The date on the 31st is still the date set in law. We do not yet know what the European Union will do. And the European Union knows that the request for an extension is not the Prime Minister's request. It is the request of the Benn Act. Her Majesty's government does not want an extension. Let me say it again. Her Majesty's government does not want an extension and is making every preparation to leave on the 31st of October. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman wondered what had happened to the withdrawal bill. And here I think the answer lies with Sir Percy Blakeney. They seek it here, they seek it there. Those parliamentarians seek it everywhere. Is it in heaven or is it in hell, that damned elusive Brexit bill?
Mr. Ian Duncan Smith. Get in there, man.
Mr. Speaker, may I just say to my right honourable friend whether Sir Percy Blakeney is searching for it or not. I wonder whether he has noted that for all the consideration or requests for extra time, some of which were quite reasonable about ours, I listened to the radio this morning and discovered the spokesman for the Labour Party saying that what they really wanted was weeks and weeks of further debate. Surely that can only be with one purpose, which is to basically stop Brexit altogether. So I wonder if we might have a debate very shortly in the coming week about the rationale and motivation of those who seek extra debate.
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend makes an extraordinarily good and valid point, and it relates to what I was saying about the Scottish National Party, that they are very straightforward about their position. They don't want Brexit. The Labour Party is in a more difficult position because some of its voters want Brexit, particularly in the Midlands and the north of England, and some of its voters, especially in Islington, don't want Brexit, and they are torn between the two, and therefore they use all sorts of formulations to try and persuade us that they want that which they don't want. What they want is to frustrate Brexit, and that is what they are trying to do.
It might be helpful to the House if I explain that I want to move on at 12:30, so there's a premium on brevity from back and front benches alike. Angela Eagle.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, it's a bit rich being lectured by the Leader of the House, who was found to have illegally prorogued Parliament about abuse of the Constitution. But given that we have a Prime Minister who has a tortuous and difficult relationship with veracity, can we have a debate about the standards in public life, one of which demands that the Prime Minister tell the truth?
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister always tells the truth.
Peter Bone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The British people, in a referendum vote to leave the European Union, this House has given a second reading to the withdrawal bill, and it cannot be changed. You either accept that or you don't. It is going to be a treaty. So, Leader of the House, why doesn't the Prime Minister just go to Brussels, sign the treaty, because it's endorsed by the British people, endorse our second reading, and then we can have ratification by this House and by the European Parliament at length? And then could we have a statement immediately after he signed it that he has signed it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend makes a very intriguing point. The problem that it wouldn't work, as far as I understand it, is that the treaty needs to be given effect in UK law for it to have effect from the 1st of November, or strictly speaking from 11 o'clock on the 31st of October afterwards. And therefore, though what he suggests is intriguing, I don't think it would achieve its intended objective.
Ian Mearns.
Grateful, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask that the machinery in the government and main opposition parties to please quickly organise their nominations for the membership of the Backbench Business Committee so that we can get about our business. We have a number of applications which are as yet unpresented to the committee with the clerks, and of course we have also in the previous session of Parliament written to the Leader of the House with some suggested topics for debates until the committee is reconstituted, one of which I'm glad to see is on the order paper for next Thursday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable gentleman, as always, makes an important point. I have already congratulated him on his unopposed re-election, but there are more members present today than there were when it was rather late last time, so I can reiterate those congratulations. I will take up his point with the Government Chief Whip, and I'm sure the Right Honourable Lady will take up the point with her equivalent. The Right Honourable Lady nods.
Dame Cheryl Gillen.
This week I had the pleasure of having a meeting, Mr. Speaker, with the Restoration and Renewal team, particularly those that are writing the specification, to ensure that we include facilities that are friendly to people with autism. Could I ask the Leader of the House if we could have a debate on autism-friendly facilities? And perhaps we could also have an experiment in this House that would create a more relaxing environment for autistic visitors, including returning to waving our order papers in the air rather than clapping that often causes distress to people with autism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend has, I think, been probably the leading politician in raising awareness of autism in this country. And I must confess that as a backbench MP, as I became more aware of it and the effect it had on my constituents, the more grateful I became for the work that she has done. I will certainly take up her suggestion with the House's Diversity and Inclusion team to see if there is more that we can do to make autistic visitors feel more welcome, and indeed in the Restoration and Renewal project. Mr. Speaker, orderly matters are a matter for you, but I think the general feeling that clapping is not welcome in this chamber is one that is widely shared, though it may simply be on my part the sadness that nobody's ever bothered to clap me.
Yes, but I must say I didn't think I'd ever hear it. I didn't think I'd ever hear it from the lips of the right honourable gentleman. But I must say for the record, I'm delighted to hear that the Leader of the House is signed up to the merits of diversity and inclusion. This is a very encouraging development indeed. Mr. Barry Shearman.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the House may not know this, but he talks of sunny uplands, and I came into politics to hopefully bring the sunny uplands from people in this country and the people in my constituency. Actually, it didn't include a country run by old Etonians, but that's just my personal prejudice. But in terms of next week's business, could he leverage in something that really does concern my constituents up and down the country, and that is the safety of town centres? And there is something wrong in town centres where people are now afraid to go into the town centres at night. Could we look at the way in which police coordination, the revival of youth services, something could be done to make sure that ordinary people in this country going about their business, enjoying themselves on a Friday or Saturday night, do not go in fear?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I may quibble on the honourable gentleman's general sunniness. It doesn't come across enormously to this side of the chamber, but I may be missing something. He is absolutely right on town centres, and I think government policy is doing a great deal about this. I think the extra 20,000 police, but also the £3.6 billion fund to help town centres is there. And we all want to feel that town centres are places that people can go to safely and enjoy. And if they were to visit North East Somerset, there are lots of town centres, I think of Keynsham and of Radstock and of Midsummer Norton, where they will have a very enjoyable and safe time.
In pursuit of philosophy, poetry or prose, I call Sir John Hayes.
Mr. Speaker, in far-off times, in faraway places, young men were sent to islands in the sun to witness the first nuclear tests. A former Defence Secretary promised me, and I take him at his word, that the government would look again at the health condition, the well-being of those nuclear test veterans, as well as looking at a medal to celebrate, actually to thank them for their service. Will the Leader of the House allow for a statement to be brought to the House saying how the new Veterans Agency, which the government have established, will deal with those matters? And perhaps at the same time, we might hear whether that agency will be able to commission services from the NHS and elsewhere. It's time we gave to those that gave so much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend is right to raise this issue, and I note that he has had a commitment from a previous Secretary of State for Defence. If he is concerned that this commitment has not been fully delivered upon, I would be grateful if he would bring that to my specific attention so that it may be followed up. I think his points are good ones, and I will ensure they are passed on.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
The report of the Commission on Justice in Wales, chaired by former Lord Chief Justice Thomas, is published today. The Commission unanimously concludes that the people of Wales are let down by the present justice system and calls for a separate judiciary, control over legal aid, policing, prisons and probation. Can he find time for this House to debate how Westminster fails to serve Wales with justice?
The House.
I'm a great believer in the United Kingdom, and that Wales gets enormous benefits from being a part of the United Kingdom and a very significant part of it. The first half of my surname may give away a certain element of Welsh antecedents that is one of the reasons I'm so much in favour of the Welsh connection. I think for a specific debate of that kind, the suitable route is the Backbench Business Committee, but she and I disagree fundamentally on the place of Wales in the United Kingdom, and that is probably more at the heart of this than anything else.
Mr. Robert Halfon.
Thank you, sir. Yesterday, the Education Select Committee published a report on children with special educational needs and found that parents face a titanic struggle to get the right support for their children and a postcode lottery. Can we have an urgent debate on the recommendations of that report, which included a neutral role to help parents through the bureaucratic treacle that they have to wade through? Can we have that urgent debate?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government is doing a great deal on special educational needs, and an extra £780 million has been allocated specifically for this. I absolutely understand as a constituency MP the reference to wading through treacle, and it is one of the things all of us do as constituency MPs is to be that point of contact for people who have children with special educational needs who somehow cut through the treacle to help them, and I think that is a role we all take very seriously. In terms of a debate, very often chairmen of select committees are allowed to make statements on Thursdays as part of backbench business. I see the chairman of the Backbench Business Committee nodding, and he will also have heard my honourable friend's request for a debate.
Jim Cunningham.
Mr. Speaker, I know that the Leader of the House is quite well up on history. Will he talk to the Secretary of State for Defence about the 5 new frigates names? Since 1658, there's always been an HMS Coventry. Indeed, HMS Coventry was actually sunk in the Falklands War with the loss of 19 crewmen and 30-odd injuries. Will he have a word with his honourable friend to get one of those new frigates named after HMS Coventry?
Mr. Speaker, this is not formally within my remit. But I tend to think that if there has been a ship in the Royal Navy with the name of Coventry for such an extended period of our naval history, it would be a great pity if that tradition weren't continued. So I will certainly take his point up with my right honourable friend.
Anne Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The long-term outlook of children who need mental health services is directly correlated to the time it takes for them to access that care. So further to my right honourable friend for Harlow's question about special educational needs, the Leader of the House, Mr. Speaker, said that there is a lot of treacle to wade through. I applaud the government for putting in extra money, but can we have a debate about what the government can do to get rid of the treacle that those families have to wade through, those families who desperately need timely support?
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend raises a point that all of us will again have seen in our constituency surgeries of trying to access mental health services in a timely manner. Now, funding for mental health services is increasing, and that is important because I think it is more than treacle in this instance. It's a question of ensuring that the supply is there to meet the demand that we all know is there, and that is being tackled, but it is not something that can be answered overnight. But I think it is something that has universal support across the House.
If everyone asked a single sentence question, most colleagues would get in. If they don't, they won't. Sir Norman Lamb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Home Secretary come to make a statement on immigration policy, specifically in relation to scientists, and in particular the case of Faraha Assani, a young academic who came to this country with a full scholarship to do a PhD on infection and immunity and has since done cardiovascular research at Leicester University and is now being told she will be deported to the DRC, where she has never even visited, let alone lived. This is surely scandalous and outrageous and inhumane, and is the last thing we should do if we're to invite and encourage scientists to come to this country.
Mr. Speaker, in the interest of getting everybody in, it suffices to say that Home Office questions is on Monday.
David T.C. Davis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Could we possibly have a debate, please, on access to emollients for people who are suffering chronic skin diseases and conditions, and the fact that the NHS and the powers that be are not always aware of just how distressing these conditions can be when they set in place the rules?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that may be most suitable for an adjournment debate, but it's not obviously an issue that will be important to people suffering.
Martin Whitfield.
Very grateful, Mr. Speaker. Would the Leader of the House join with me in congratulating Grace Warnock in Preston Pans Primary School, where tomorrow her Any Disability sign will be unveiled, where her very first Grace's sign was unveiled. And in the light of the many questions today, could we have a debate in government time on people who don't have invisible and don't have visible disabilities to have a heart about the whole of our community?
Mr. Speaker, I think that is one of the most charming points that has been raised in this House. I think that we all have a responsibility to those who have visible or invisible disabilities. I'm not sure government time will allow, but I think if there were an opportunity to raise that more generally, and just in our general behaviour to lift that point, I agree with the honourable gentleman.
Sir Greg Knight.
Speaker, can we have a debate on my Parking Code of Practice Act 2019, which became law in March this year, to find out why the government are dragging their feet in introducing the Code of Practice mandated by that Act?
Leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker, as I have a feeling I supported my right honourable friend in bringing that Act forward, I will most certainly take this up with the relevant Secretary of State to find out why on earth there is any foot dragging, which is most uncharacteristic of this government.
One sentence. Patrick Grady.
The government expects and wants to leave the European Union at 11 o'clock next Thursday. Is he making provision for the House to sit on Friday to deal with the inevitable disastrous consequences?
Leader of the House.
For a celebration of party, I would have thought would have been more suitable.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
May we have, in the run-up to Armistice Day, a statement from the government on the restoration of war widows' pensions unconditionally, so that 265 of them who lost it on remarriage will not have to divorce and remarry their spouses in order to get it reinstated?
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend raises a troubling point. There will be time for a debate because the budget, though this is not a formal announcement, but has been announced by the Treasury, not to this House, to be on the 6th of November, in which case there would be time for debating it.
Bambos Charalambos.
In my constituency of Enfield Southgate, crime and antisocial behaviour is on the rise, but community policing has been cut since 2010. So can we have a debate in government time about the benefits of community policing and its funding?
Leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker, I can reiterate the point that 20,000 police officers are being employed, and I hope that some of them will end up in his constituency.
Steve Bryan.
Sir, the Armed Forces Covenant is incredibly important. I know the Prime Minister agrees with that and wants to bring forward legislation. I noticed that wasn't in the Queen's speech that we'll be voting on tonight. May the Leader of the House update us.
Mr. Speaker, in the gracious speech, it is brought to a conclusion by saying that other measures will be laid before the House. It is no secret that one of these other measures will relate to the Armed Forces Covenant.
Thangam Debonair.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, both names. Thank you so much. And can we have a debate in government time about our role in responding to the global crisis in forced migration, which the tragic events of this week have sadly highlighted once more?
Leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady is so right to raise the tragic events of yesterday, and the thing that has struck me so much was actually what the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Leader of the Opposition, said yesterday. How awful it must have been for the emergency services to come across that site, and how that must affect them, you would have thought, for the rest of their lives. And this is indeed the most tragic event. The Home Secretary has committed to keeping the House up to date. There was a statement yesterday. I'm sure there will be further statements, but the Honourable Lady raises something that I think the whole House sympathises with her in raising.
Eddie Hughes.
Mr. Speaker, can the Leader of the House confirm, subject to the outcome of any general election, that he will find time and place before this House precisely the same deal that we have now after a general election?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend asked me a very difficult question. It's impossible to guarantee what might happen after a general election because we don't know what will be in the various manifestos and we don't know what a new Parliament will decide to do. The deal as it currently stands has its second reading. If there were to be an election, of course, any bills that haven't completed their passage fall, so there can be no guarantees of that kind.
Tracy Bravin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kay Wadsworth, my constituent, and her husband became homeless because they sold their home to pay off their daughter's gambling debts. Kay tells me she believes the stress contributed to her husband's untimely death. Sadly, also, they lost their only daughter when she took her own life because of the pressure of gambling debts. Could we have a debate in government time about gambling and the impact on family life, also with reference to advertising directed at women?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, again, this is something many of us have seen in constituency surgeries with the most appalling cases of gambling addiction, but also the very limited help that's sometimes given by the bookmakers to people who have gambling problems. I can't promise a debate in government time, though I am very sympathetic to this suggestion, but the Backbench Business Committee chairman is looking and nodding-ish, but I don't think he's promising anything.
Marcus Fish.
Mr. Speaker, two residents of my local hospice were sent home from it this week because of a decision to close it by the trustees, and it's really upset the whole community. Can we have a debate on how trustees must in the future observe strict codes of transparency, accountability and professionalism so that we can get this decision reversed?
Mr. Speaker, I think that is exactly the sort of issue that should be brought to an adjournment debate with reference to the specific trustees and to the trust concerned. Trustees have fiduciary duties which they must follow.
Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, recently there's been a very serious escalation in the Algerian government's crackdown on churches. Middle East Concern reported that 4 churches, including the 700-member Full Gospel Church of Tisu Ouzou and a 500-member Protestant church in Makuta, were given orders to close. The churches are all members of the Protestant Church of Algeria, which had received official recognition in 2011 and was entitled to register their congregations. So would the Leader of the House agree to a statement or a debate on this matter? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the government is gravely concerned by reports of church closures in Algeria, including the recent closures referred to by the honourable member. The government has been active in raising cases with the Algerian authorities, including at senior levels, underlining the importance of freedom of religion or belief as set out in Algeria's own constitution, and the need for Algeria to ensure that its laws and practices are consistent with that constitution. The promotion and protection of religious freedom is a high priority for the UK and in all its international engagement.
Mark Harper.
Mr. Speaker, the leader set out earlier his wish
that we don't get the deal that we have secured bogged down for weeks and months of time, and the Prime Minister has said that also, and I agree. If, as a result of the European Union's decision when it arrives about the length of an extension, an opportunity presents itself to get that excellent deal ratified more swiftly, will the leader ensure that a minister, if not the Prime Minister, can come to the House an early opportunity to update the House about the government's plans on that matter?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government will, of course, keep the House updated on any developments, any measures, any happenings that take place at any time with the European Union. And the Prime Minister has spent almost 15 hours at the dispatch box and therefore has been most assiduous in answering honourable and right honourable members' questions.
Opposition.
Jed Killen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the government isn't minded to change the laws on fireworks sales, but as it is that time of year, can we have a debate on the possibility of devolving the powers necessary to the Scottish Government to ban sale of fireworks?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've got, as I said before, to have a balance, and people enjoy fireworks, and we don't want to be po-faced enders of fun for one and all. We want to allow our constituents to do things that they enjoy, and therefore I'm not in favour of extending regulations at every opportunity.
Mr. Philip Davis.
Mr. Speaker, Alopecia UK is based in my constituency, and can we have a debate on wig provision within the NHS, which I have to say is completely and utterly inadequate and causes a great deal of distress to victims of hair loss?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand there are some candidates to take over your role who are concerned about wig provision, but I believe of a different kind. Absolutely. My honourable friend makes a serious point. He has raised it in the chamber. I would encourage him to press for further debates, and particularly to raise questions with the Health Secretary when he is next at the dispatch box.
Sir Bernard Jenkins. I do beg the very gracious of the honourable gentleman. I was trying to do two things at once and not very successfully. Ruth Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Stoke-on-Trent City Council signed a 25-year deal with Solarplicity for a community energy scheme. Thousands signed up. In August, Solarplicity went into administration. The customers were transferred to Toto Energy. Toto went into administration last night. Can we have a debate in government time on community energy schemes, as good as they are, but the local authorities' obligations to do due diligence before they sign up?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fortunately, the honourable lady has raised that point at exactly the right time, because the relevant Secretary of State is in her place and heard the point, and therefore it has already been raised at the right level. But I would say she's absolutely right to say that local authorities have an obligation to carry out due diligence, and it would be absolutely remiss of them not to do so.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I invite my right honourable friend to urge the Prime Minister to bring forward a motion under the Fixed Term Parliaments Act for a general election? Because not only is it usual, if the government cannot obtain its business, for Parliament to be dissolved and to let the people decide on the matter, but it would allow those who profess their faith and belief in representative democracy to demonstrate that point, or demonstrate that they don't actually believe in representative democracy at all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend's constitutional expertise is second to none in this House, and he sets out the constitutional norms completely correctly. The honourable gentleman, the member for Rhondda, is shaking his head. I think my honourable friend, the honourable member for Rhondda wants my honourable friend's vote, so I think he oughtn't to shake his head like that. Anyway, my honourable friend's point on the Fixed Term Parliament Act is absolutely spot on. We have had that vote twice, and it's absolutely fascinating how many people there are who say they would like an election, and when they're offered the opportunity for one, they disappear, they don't go. And I'm absolutely delighted that the Shadow Chancellor has just taken his seat, because I think I've got some quite helpful quotations from him on this matter.
Steve McCabe.
Mr. Speaker, it's been reported that after years of campaigning, the drug Orkambi is now going to be available to people like my young constituent Jemima Bennett. It's wonderful news. I'm sure we'd all like a chance to congratulate the Health Secretary. Will there be a statement?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is the most wonderful news, and as somebody who has campaigned for a different drug for a constituent, I know how pleased MPs are when their constituents get what they need. There are health questions on Tuesday, and I hope that there will be praise for the Secretary of State on that occasion, because the work he has done has led to this happening.
Sir Hugo Swire.
Growing concern about the ever closer relationship between Russia and Turkey, which should be of concern to us all, not least because of our commitment under Article 5 of NATO in terms of mutual defence. Given the fact we are due to have a NATO summit here in the first weekend of December, will there be an opportunity to have a debate on NATO and the implications of the ever closer relationship between those two countries?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was actually at the memorial service for the late Professor Norman Stone yesterday, who was one of the first people to suggest that Russia and Turkey, post the Soviet Union, may have a closer relationship, and showed great foresight in that prediction. It is obviously important, and my right honourable friend asks for a debate around the NATO summit. I don't want to promise anything at this stage, but there are normally statements or debates around events of such significant importance.
Paul Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the business is extraordinarily light next week, could the Leader of the House consider asking for a statement from the Transport Secretary on the forthcoming sale of First Bus across the UK, and what provisions can be made along with the Treasury to finance local authorities purchasing the assets of First Group across the UK to create a municipal bus service?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must disagree with the honourable gentleman's principal point. The business next week is extremely heavy.
Andrew James.
Many councils across the north of England, including my own in Harrogate, are supporting the Northern Forest with their own tree planting programme. So can we have a debate to explore what the government can be doing to support and accelerate that programme for all of the environmental benefits which would flow from it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend is a great champion of Harrogate, one of the most beautiful spa towns in the country. And I think we could have that debate around the second reading debate on the Environment Bill, the major part of business on Monday of next week.
Ian Little-Granger.
Debate on smart motorways in government time. Nobody understands whether these things are safe, whether they're good value for money, and actually if they work. Isn't the time now to discuss the future of these things?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend and near neighbour tempts me, because I suffer from the delays on the M4 every week going down to Somerset as it's preparing for a smart motorway. But I think the subject is one that is pretty well discussed, and we have literally just had transport questions, so that might have been the time to have raised it.
Two there, two here. Jeff Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, the Health and Social Care Committee published a very good report on drugs policy. Can we have a full debate in government time on its very welcome recommendation that we move to a health-focused and harm reduction approach to drugs policy?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I made the same point to my honourable friend, the chairman of the Education Select Committee, but there is the opportunity for chairmen of such committees to make statements and to apply to the Backbench Business Committee for debates.
Anne Clwyd.
Mr. Speaker, smart motorways. What is the point of smart motorways? We should have a statement and an explanation in the House from the Transport Secretary, because even the head of Highways England is saying that they're dangerous and confusing, and they certainly are. I use the M4 twice a week. I think he should take the request from my honourable friend on there a lot more seriously.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I saw the comments from Highways England that were reported in the newspaper today, and I'm aware of the concerns. I merely pointed out that there was transport questions earlier on, and this is a matter for the Transport Secretary.
Jeremy Lefroy.
Mr. Speaker, could we have a debate on support from the UK for the people of Burundi, where not only is there the highest level of malnutrition in the world, but they also face the threat potentially of Ebola coming across the border?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend is absolutely right to raise this pressing issue. Malnutrition is a major cause of preventable deaths. It is the underlying cause of 45% of child deaths and 20% of maternal deaths. The UK has been a leader on nutrition since it hosted the first Nutrition for Growth Summit in 2013. Since 2015, DFID has reached 60.3 million people with nutrition services in 25 countries, including Bangladesh, Somalia, Burma, Ethiopia and Yemen. And the next Nutrition for Growth Summit is set for 2020. As regards Ebola, this has caused devastation across Africa, and the bravery of frontline responders is to be celebrated. They are working tirelessly to help save the lives of others. The UK has been one of the major supporters of the response to the outbreak since it began, providing significant funding, technical expertise and political support. We are pleased to note that 10 African countries, including Burundi, have this week endorsed a cross-border collaboration framework in Ebola preparation and response, and will continue to support them in their efforts to contain the outbreak.
John Cryer.
Mr. Speaker, knife crime in England has now reached its highest level for decades, and many of us across all sides of the House spend a lot of our time dealing with the terrible consequences of knife crime. Could we have a regular update from the Home Secretary or from the Security Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable gentleman makes a really very serious point. I think that everybody in this House is concerned about knife crime and the rise in knife crime, hence the need for extra police. But I would suggest that regular questions are put down in the normal way, both written and oral, to the Home Secretary to ensure that the House is frequently updated.
Ross Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently visited the Archie Foundation at the Aberdeen Royal Children's Hospital, who do amazing work to support my constituents' parents going through really difficult and distressing times with emotional support, accommodation and other facilities. So will my right honourable friend agree to having a debate on what more we can do to support amazing charities like the Archie Foundation?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are very fortunate in this country to have an extraordinary range of charities that ensure that almost every aspect of life is considered and there is some help and protection for. I think it sounds more like the type of general debate that would be suitable for the Backbench Business Committee rather than government business.
Nick Dakin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My Small Business Saturday Awards are an opportunity to celebrate the range and diversity of local small businesses. So can we have a debate on the contribution that small businesses make to our local communities and the economy?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And absolutely, I agree on the contribution that small businesses make to the economy. It is fundamental that our economy grows because of the work of entrepreneurs. May I suggest that if the honourable gentleman stays a little bit longer, we are into the economic debate on the Queen's speech, and I'm sure his contribution will be enormously welcome and valued.
Dr. Matthew Alford.
Can we have a debate in government time on the Treasury's plans to extend the off-payroll working rules upon the private sector? Many freelance and contract workers in the public sector have had these rules foisted upon them, resulting in higher taxes, even though they don't receive benefits such as employment benefit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of us, as constituency MPs, have people come to us who are very concerned about these off-payroll working rules. And I think we have to assume that most people are honest and that there has to be a balance between ensuring that tax is collected correctly and not making life impossibly bureaucratic.
Alison Thewlis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A constituent told me that around 4:40 on Sunday afternoon, a firework was fired sideways into a park in Pollokshields. The firework landed and exploded within 5 metres of a group of children and a toddler with their mother. Does he understand how upset my constituents are with his very flippant response to concerns about fireworks? And by way of recompense, will he secure a debate in government time to discuss this further?
No, I don't understand. There is a balance. We could ban absolutely everything and have no fun, which is basically what socialists always want to do.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following my question to the Prime Minister about the pro-Pakistani groups marching on the Indian High Commission on Sunday, could the Home Secretary come and give a statement on the policing arrangements? Because there are all sorts of rumours about bans, rerouting of the march and so on. And whilst I'm on my feet, can I wish Shub Deepavali to everyone celebrating Diwali on Sunday?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Home Secretary will be answering Home Office questions on Monday, and therefore there will be the opportunity to question her then.
Ian Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can we have a statement on why the government are refusing to produce an economic impact assessment on the Withdrawal Act? If it's the case that the Leader of the House said that there are broad, sunny uplands to Brexit, why is he so reluctant to prove it?
The idea that economic models prove anything is for the birds.
Kevin Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to Wikipedia, the Leader of the House has an unusually shaped seat. But like many of our seats, it contains a good music festival, and the pipeline to that are good quality grassroots music venues. So can we have a debate about why the government is specifically not allowing rate relief to grassroots music venues when it is to other institutions like pubs and high street businesses?
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, will, I think, be here fairly shortly, and I think he's the right person to answer on rate. He's here already. How could I have missed my right honourable friend? He is sitting quietly at the end of the bench, and he will have heard that question and may well include it in his all-encompassing speech.
Yes, no.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all too often international humanitarian tragedies suffer from out of sight, out of mind. So, with that consideration, would the Leader of the House arrange for the Foreign Secretary to give an update statement to the House on the ongoing issues in Kashmir, and specifically what actions we are taking as a permanent member of the UN Security Council, because the warm words and the solidarity isn't having the effect that is needed in that part of the world?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable gentleman is absolutely right to raise issues of that kind in this House, because I fear he's also right that out of sight, out of mind is a problem, and that using all the available mechanisms within this House, which Mr. Speaker will no doubt help you to use, is the right way to go about it. And I would urge him to use all of them: urgent questions, appeal for adjournment debates, appeal for backbench business debates, and that will ensure that it is in sight and in mind.
Mrs. Madeline Moon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The winner of the South Wales Police Commissioner Crime and Police Commissioner Partnership Award was a multi-agency suicide review and response group made up of South Wales Police, Public Health Wales and Bridgend County Borough Council, who came together to look at early intervention for those at risk of suicide. Can we have a debate on the importance of these partnerships and early interventions in preventing suicide, particularly amongst the male population, which is particularly vulnerable?
Mr. Speaker, it's not open to me just to say yes to requests that come through, but that is the type of request that deserves the most earnest consideration, that the success of reducing suicide is something of great importance, and it is about multi-agency working, and we remember the problems that there were in her constituency not that long ago, and that therefore that this improvement has taken place is something that ought to receive wider publicity so that other councils can follow the same path.
Order. I'm sorry to disappoint remaining colleagues, but as I indicated earlier, the debate is very heavily subscribed and we must now proceed with it. Order. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders. The clerk will now proceed... the orders of the day. Very well. Very briefly. A point of order, Mr. Samjima.
There are record numbers of people watching the Parliament channel these days because they are taking an interest in the proceedings of this House. Could you explain to us what the difference is between a bill passing second reading in the Commons and a bill passing Parliament is? Because it has come to my attention that the government is presenting the second reading of the withdrawal agreement bill as having passed Parliament, which some would describe as fake news.
The difference is simple. A bill can get a second reading, but that doesn't make it law. It simply means it's got approval for its general principles. Approval, in the ultimate sense, means the passage of a bill onto the statute book, which requires it to go through committee, report stage, and to secure a third reading. That is the difference, and I hope that satisfies the palate of the honourable gentleman. Order. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Queen's Speech. Motion for an address. Adjourn debate on question.
Now. Thank you. I inform the House that I have selected Amendment G in the name of the Leader of the Opposition, which will be moved, I believe, by the Shadow Chancellor at the start of the debate, and Amendment H in the name of the Leader of the Scottish National Party, which will be moved formally at the end of the debate. The question is that an humble address be presented to Her Majesty as on the order paper. To move Amendment G, I call the Shadow Chancellor of the Exchequer, John MacDonald.
Thank you. I beg to move the amendment which stands on the order paper in the names of my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, myself and other colleagues, on behalf of Her Majesty's Opposition. Mr. Speaker, can I just say that this will be the last time you will be chairing a day of the Queen's speech, and I may not get the opportunity in other tribute debates to say this, but it's been a privilege to serve in this House while you've been Speaker. Thank you. I listened to the Prime Minister introducing the Queen's speech, and what I always find most startling about the Prime Minister is that his ability to create his own truth. And when confronted with any reality that contradicts his truth, to bluster his way through. I believe he believes that a combination of bluster, the occasional pretentious use of Latin, he can always avoid confronting reality or answering for it. So if we can achieve anything in today's debate, let's at least try and confront the reality, some of which our people face. And yes, assess whether the announcement in the Queen's speech in any way meets those challenges. On the economy, the Prime Minister referred in his speech to economic success, free market success. He also said, and I quote, "In important respects, this country is the greatest place to live and to be the greatest place on earth." Many of us feel that as well, but I just wish it was the same for everyone, because for so many of our people, tragically, it isn't at the moment. There's a multitude of statistics evidencing just how far the Prime Minister is out of touch and how he appears to have no understanding of what our people have gone through over the last near decade. But let me just start with just three stark examples of what austerity the Conservative Party has inflicted upon our people has meant and continues to mean, and which I deeply regret were not addressed in the Queen's speech. Infant mortality and child poverty. Earlier this month, the British Medical Journal published a research project into infant mortality. Declines in infant mortality have been reversed for the first time in 100 years. The research found that between 2014 and 2017, there were 570 excess infant deaths. And the research concluded that 172 of those infant deaths were associated with the increase in child poverty. Out there, therefore, there are nearly 200 families who are grieving as a result of the government's austerity policies. And there's nothing in the Queen's speech, nothing which will tackle the poverty affecting 14 million of our people, or the poverty of 4.5 million of our children who are being brought up in that poverty, or the 125,000 of children who are forced to live in temporary accommodation. And there was nothing to address the £3 billion funding gap local councils face in trying to provide the services needed to support these very families. And I will not forget, and many members on my side will not forget, that this is a government that has closed over 500 Sure Start centres, these very institutions that we founded to support those families and prevent infant mortality or morbidity on the scale that we've seen. But let me just take the second example of what the Tories have done to our people. Earlier this month, the Office for National Statistics reported a record number of deaths of homeless people in England and Wales in 2018. 726 homeless people died last year, the highest year-to-year increase since data was first collected. The government has cut £1 billion from support to the homeless since 2010. So it's hardly surprising, is it, that rough sleeping has risen by almost 165%, and in London, rough sleeping has more than tripled since 2010. Again, there's nothing in the Queen's speech to tackle the scourge of homelessness in our country. My third example is the distance between what the government claims and what employment and wages are like in this country. The Prime Minister claims, and I quote, "We have unemployment at its lowest level since 1974. The reality is this. More than 3 million people are missing from the unemployment rate because they report themselves now as economically inactive. We have 2.5 million people counted as even employed, even though they work less than 15 hours a week. And there are 3.7 million people in insecure work. There are about 9...
Can I thank my honourable friend for giving way? The government has received over £4 billion from the mine workers' pension scheme, despite not having paid a penny in. With retired miners getting by on an average of £84 a week pension, does he agree with me that it's time for the government to listen? This Queen's speech should announce a review of the scheme so miners and their widows get a fair deal.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I know there are large numbers of speakers that are seeking to intervene in the House, and I'll take a number of interventions, but I'll protect the time as best I possibly can for others to speak. But on this point, which is critical, let me give the honourable member this assurance, and it was in our last Labour Party manifesto. We promised that we will review the Mine Workers Pension Scheme, something dear to my heart because I was one of the administrators of that scheme soon after I left university when I worked for the RMT. And we'll review it because we want to lift miners, many of the miners' widows, out of the poverty that they're now living in. And we give that commitment. There are now, I mentioned insecure work, there are now about 900,000 people on zero-hour contracts. It's up by 100,000 from a year ago. And real wages are still below the pre-crisis levels. The government likes to talk about wage rises, wages rising at the fastest in their last decade. Look, it's a bizarre claim.
Absolutely.
Because it was this government that's been in charge of the economy for the last decade, suppressing wages all through that period. And according to the Financial Times, the UK was the only major economy where growth returned but wages fell.
That's right. That's right.
Since 2010, average pay has also fallen for, according to the TUC calculations, 7.7 million low to middle income earners, 11.5 million middle to high earners. And it's extraordinary that this was not even acknowledged in the Queen's speech, the acknowledgement that we now have a low-pay, insecure job economy that this government has created over the last decade.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend because what his wonderful speech is proving is that government priorities make a difference. The previous Labour government lifted millions and millions of children out of poverty, and the government's priorities since 2010 have plunged them all back in again.
Let me put on the record, we pay a tribute to Gordon Brown for the work that he did during that period. He committed himself to lifting children out of poverty, and my God, he delivered it.
With great interest to what he's saying, I do not share his perception of the economy, and I'm wondering if he still believes that Venezuela offers a better economic model than the one by my honourable friends on the front bench.
You are better than that.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I said I'd limit my interventions, but I accept that interventions can often be a job application. So I don't want to limit this job creation scheme that we're creating here. And I wish the honourable gentleman well in his future career. Can I just press on if I can? I'll come back. Okay. The scale of human suffering and hardship inflicted on our people over the last 9 years is never mentioned by the government. The reason is because they'd have to explain why our people have endured so much. They'd have to admit, as we've said, that austerity was never, let's repeat it, austerity was never an economic necessity. It was always a political choice. And the choice the Tories took was that the bankers, their friends, many now populating the front bench here, they would never have to pay for the crisis they caused through their speculation. Instead, they determined...
Don't be ridiculous.
You did all right, didn't you? The Chancellor says you caused it. Yeah. This is the man who was selling the CDOs to the Deutsche Bank. This is the man who sold them. The Deutsche Bank was a major contributor to the economic crisis we face. They've got a nerve coming here, blaming others when they caused it. But what they determined that they would not pay for the crisis. They would not pay for the crisis. They determined that the rest of people would, the rest of our society. But you know, they also took the view. Didn't they? Never let a crisis go to waste. So they used it as the excuse to cut taxes for the corporations and the rich. They've made £47 billion of cuts in our public services. And on their plans, they will have given away £110 billion in tax cuts to the corporations by 2022. He pointed to the fact that it was this government that bailed out the banks, when actually the Asset Protection Agency was set up by the Labour government. It is. Look, I just say to the honourable gentleman, I've a lot of time for. It is best to listen to what I've said before he intervenes, because he never, I think, accurately reported what I said. But I understand. No, I'll press on. You'll have the opportunity. The honourable gentleman will have the opportunity to speak. They've made £47 billion of cuts in our public services. They're giving away £110 billion, and to ramp up the profits of these corporations, they've sold out our public services to them. £9 billion worth of contracts in the health and social care field were handed out to private companies in this year. Outsourcing under this government has been exposed this week for the racket that it is. A report by the think tank Reform showed outsourcing contracts wasted £14.3 billion of taxpayers' money in the past 3 years. Nothing in the Queen's speech even acknowledged these rip-offs, let alone promising action to reverse them. And I found nothing either in the Queen's speech that addresses the scandal of the industrial scale of tax avoidance and money laundering that's staining the reputation of our country. Today, the Transparency International published its report at your service. That report shows how, I quote, UK service providers have been involved in some of the most egregious cases of corruption in our time. And from the looks of this Queen's speech, the government will continue to do nothing for it. The Registration of Overseas Entities Bill, which will create a register of controlled owners of overseas legal entities that own UK land, is nowhere to be seen in the Queen's speech. 3.5 years after the government first committed itself to it. We are at the tail end of what has been nearly a lost decade for our country. A near decade of the grotesque mismanagement of our economy by successive Conservative chancellors. I'm on my third in 3 years. The New Economics Foundation has shown that austerity has suppressed growth by almost £100 billion. That's more than £3,600 per household. And after 9 years of stuttering growth, GDP even went backwards in the last quarter. Public debt was meant to peak at 70% of GDP in 2013, 2014, only for it to rise to 86% of GDP in 2018-19. And for all its stale claims of reducing the deficit, the reality is the Conservatives have simply shifted that burden onto the shoulders of head teachers, councillors, NHS managers and police chiefs. These are the people who have had to make the tough decisions, not government ministers. These are the people who have had to face up to the undermining of their services by these cuts. Now, part of the testimony to the government's failed fiscal strategy has been the litany of fiscal rules, invented, published, broadcast widely, then quietly and embarrassingly dropped. Within weeks, we hear that a new fiscal rule, most probably largely stolen from us, will be announced in the budget. I say we may have a new fiscal rule because we can't be sure. As only yesterday, despite the Chancellor announcing the budget and its date, other government sources were briefing that the budget was off. So we have a Chancellor whose staff are sacked and escorted by armed guard out of their office without being told. And now Cummings is possibly cancelling his budget. I just give a word of advice to the Chancellor and his colleagues. Get a grip on Cummings before he does any more damage to our country. Apart from budget making, one of the vitally important responsibilities of the Chancellor is to ensure that the government, and actually also this House, have the fullest information before them when considering legislation or issues impacting upon our economy. It's extraordinary, therefore, and I think a dereliction of the Chancellor's duties, that this Chancellor, unlike his predecessors, has refused to publish a detailed economic impact assessment of the government's own Brexit proposals. Studies of similar proposals have indicated a hit to the growth of our economy from 3.4 to 8.1%. I'll come back to it, Honourable Lady. Even the lower range of that hit will have a severe impact on our people's jobs, their living standards and the economy overall. Surely, it's only reasonable that members of this House have a level of information and analysis from his department before they make this momentous decision. Both the main parties committed in their last manifesto to respect the outcome of the referendum, and we do, and we will. However, as we made it clear on Tuesday, this House will not be bounced into an unrealistic and unfeasible timetable for considering scrutinising such a critically important piece of legislation. That's why the Leader of the Opposition and the Labour's Chief Whip met with the Prime Minister yesterday to offer genuine compromise, to agree a proper timetable for the bill, which will allow, in the normal manner, proper scrutiny of the bill, the opportunity to promote, debate and, yes, determine amendments. And the opposition has set out its views on the areas of the bill it would wish to see amended. But, of course, we accept that it will be the House that will decide. And as always, we must accept the will of the House, even at many times we disagree with it. It's a pity the Prime Minister doesn't adopt that attitude. So there is an opportunity here to demonstrate to our people that Parliament can and does work. If we can demonstrate civility in this House and a rational process in here, we might be able to assist in overcoming some of the division and indeed bitterness that has set in within our own society. I'll give later. Honourable Lady first.
The Shadow Chancellor for giving way. It's very generous of him. I just want to ask him about the Labour Party's policy of a 4-day week, which will reduce the earnings for the poorest workers in this country. Not my words, but those of the Labour peer, Lord Skidelsky.
Thanks for that. What Lord Skidelsky's report suggests is a 32-hour week, not a 4-day week, but one without loss of pay that will be achieved over a decade as a result of the investment we'll put into our economy to increase productivity.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. He's giving an excellent speech. Does he agree with me that perhaps one of the reasons that the government are so anxious not to publish the economic impact of their Brexit proposals is that it would show that our economy will suffer under their hard Brexit, that our public finances will suffer under our hard Brexit, and that the promises that they have made about investment in our police, in our schools and our health service could not possibly be met under their Brexit proposals?
Just say to the Honourable Lady, although the government won't publish its economic impact assessment, others have made that assessment and see that actually it could cripple our economy in the short and long term, and that's why we need to have a proper debate in this House, so we can consider the consequences and, yes, look at what amendments can be made to protect our economy.
He's absolutely right about the economic impact studies. And can he tell me whether he's had conversations with the Welsh Government and indeed the Scottish Government? Because it appears the Government hasn't, and the huge impacts will be on a border in the Irish Sea will be on Welsh communities and Scottish communities.
Isn't it interesting? Virtually every government is willing to undertake an impact assessment of some sort, apart from this one. Absolutely. What does that display? Well, for me, I'm not a suspicious person usually. But I think we have our suspicions. So can I say this? I say this to the Chancellor. He has a role to play, and that is shouldering properly his responsibility for providing us all with the fullest information upon which we can take our decisions. And that does mean, yes, it does mean publishing a full economic impact assessment and doing it fast so we can have that proper debate. Mr. Speaker, as the Government has a working majority of -45, it's obvious that this Queen's speech is little more than a pretty crude election stunt. Throughout the Prime Minister's and Chancellor's various interventions in the House or in the media, they've depicted this programme as the people's priorities. Look, as a political artisan, I can admire a good turn of phrase, and I congratulate apprentices. I've been here 22 years. It's a long apprenticeship. Thank you. and you know, sometimes the apprentice can point out the truth as well. And look, I just say, I do admire a good turn of phrase, but I just have to say I congratulate the creatives in whatever PR agency the Conservative Party now uses for coming up with it. It's, you know, it must have tested very well in the focus groups, etc. But that's all it is. It's a slogan, it's a phrase, it's nothing else. The reality, as demonstrated in this Queen's speech, is that after coming up to a decade of harsh and, yes, brutal austerity, a few cynical publicity stunt commitments to paper over the massive cuts in the NHS, in our schools, in policing and in care, they go nowhere near what is needed. A slogan will not match it. And people know, and this is relevant to the Brexit debate, you know, people know that if the economy hits the buffers again, yes, whether through Brexit or the economic mismanagement by the Tories, or both, and when a choice has to be made by the Tories about who will pay, they will always protect their own, the corporations and the rich.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Before he finishes, will he say something about the impact on future cuts on women? Because over the past 10 years, 80% of austerity has fallen on the backs of women. Yeah.
Amazing. I met with the Women's Budget Group again yesterday. 86% of the cuts fall on women. And you try to determine why. And it is because within our society, again, it remains patriarchal. A lot of the caring responsibilities do still fall on women. Yeah. So if you cut social care, if you undermine the basis of support for many elderly people in particular, that falls on the shoulders of women. And that's what austerity has done over the last 9 years. And that's why we're committed now to free personal social care for everyone. And that's what we'll do. Certainly.
Quite rightly said that the Conservatives look after their own, and I agree. That's why we have cut taxes on 32 million working people. That's why we are cutting taxes on businesses that are generating growth and employment for the people of this country.
Tragically for so many at the lower levels, all those tax cuts have been cancelled out by cuts in benefits, by the introduction of universal credit. And some of the most vulnerable, in particular disabled people, forced to the wall as a result of the brutal implementation of the WCA, the Work Capability Assessment, other benefits, scrapping of the Independent Living Fund. There's a litany of attacks on ordinary working people that this side should be consider a disgrace. Yep. No, I'll press on, Madam Deputy Speaker. I understand you're short of time on this debate. I'll just say this, they will protect their own, and it will always under them be the people who will be burdened with cuts in services and pay and benefit freezes. What people need now, Madam Deputy Speaker, is real change. Real change in our economy to face up to the existential threat of climate change, Labour's green industrial revolution. Real change to provide the real scale of resources our NHS, our schools and our police services need. Yes, raised through a fair taxation system where we will tackle tax evasion and tax avoidance. And real change to bring forward the scale of investment our infrastructure needs to compete in the global economy. And yes, meet the challenges of the fourth industrial revolution. And real change to ensure that our people share in the prosperity we will create through decent wages, ownership and, yes, ending the rip-off of privatisation. Only a Labour government can bring about that real change. The real change our country needs after a lost decade under the Tories. What does it say? It says it's time for a Labour government.
The original question
was that an humble address be presented to Her Majesty as on the order paper, since when Amendment G has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made. Chancellor of the Exchequer, Sajid Javid.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, I've been sitting here for the last 30 minutes or so listening to the Shadow Chancellor, and I have to say, the brass neck of the Shadow Chancellor. No mention of the jobs boom and rising wages. No mention of bringing the deficit down by 4/5. No mention of our huge investment in public services. And no support at all for this Queen's speech, which delivers on the people's priorities and moves this country forward from a decade of recovery to a decade of renewal. A Queen's speech that backs our NHS with £34 billion a year of new investment by 2024, that backs law and order with 20,000 new police officers, that backs the next generation with £14 billion more funding so that every school has more money for every child, that takes great strides towards decarbonising our economy, and that boosts our economic infrastructure, increasing investment in roads, railways and energy. I'll give way to the right honourable gentleman.
Chancellor giving way. Will he publish today an economic impact assessment, an assessment of the public finance impact of the Prime Minister's hard deal Brexit? And if he won't, why not?
If the right honourable gentleman bears with me, I'm going to come on to that particular issue in just a moment. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we can only do all these things that I've just mentioned because of the strength of our economy and our commitment to fiscal responsibility, and because of the hard work of the British people over the last decade. We will not throw that away. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the most important measures in the Queen's speech is, of course, the Withdrawal Agreement Bill. Passing this bill will allow us to get Brexit done, to focus on the people's priorities and to move forward as a country. And I will give way in a moment, I will. And let me be clear about one thing. They said that we couldn't do it. They said that we wouldn't be able to reopen the withdrawal agreement, and we did. They said that we wouldn't be able to get rid of the backstop, and we did. They said that we wouldn't be able to negotiate a better deal, and we did. And then they said, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we wouldn't get Parliament to support that deal. And guess what? We did that too. They were wrong, and wrong again, as they always are. And let me address this issue that was just raised by the right honourable gentleman and the Shadow Chancellor. Let me address this issue about concerns that have been raised in this House about the impact assessment of the deal. What Parliament is being asked to vote on is the withdrawal agreement, which covers the deal on the budget, citizens' rights and Northern Ireland. The government has provided and published already a full impact assessment. It's a shame the Shadow Chancellor hasn't even bothered to look at it yet. The political declaration lays the groundwork for our future relationship, and with those final details still to be negotiated. The only thing blocking us from getting on with Brexit is the Labour Party and their disposition for dither and delay. Now, once we leave the EU, we'll start those talks, and of course we will keep Parliament fully informed at every stage of the process. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
I'm grateful to the Chancellor. I knew I had a sense of déjà vu when I heard him speak, and I remember from when. It was when I was a child listening to Jack and Ori. It's exactly the same story time. Can he not... Why on earth... The previous Prime Minister published a proper economic assessment of her Brexit deal. Why will this current Prime Minister not do the same? For heaven's sake, just answer the question.
Well, now I know why the Honourable Lady was a fan of Jack and Ori. Now I know that's why she joined the Labour Party. That's all. It's all fitting into place. Now, Now, on that particular point, some members, they may point to the economic analysis, as the Honourable Lady has, that was published by the government in November of last year. But that document looks at, I will in a moment, I will, but that document looks at the possible economic impact of a generic average free trade agreement. It doesn't represent the ambitious free trade agreement that we have agreed. We've agreed with the EU that both parties will have a deep, best-in-class free trade agreement that's far more ambitious on things like data exchange, on tariffs and energy and financial services. And none of those benefits are captured in the government's previous modelling. So it's clear that what we need to do is this: end the dither and delay and move forward as a country. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
Thank you very much. The Chancellor said that the economic prosperity has been delivered by the hard work of the British people. Does he agree that that's the 14 million people who are now in poverty, the 4.5 million children who are living in poverty? And why is his Queen's speech silent on how to lift those people out of poverty and end what he calls their hard work?
Well, you would think that being a member of a party that's called the Labour Party, the Honourable Lady would understand that the best way out of poverty for anyone is a growing economy that creates jobs. A growing economy. And let me just share with her, since 2010, there are over 1 million fewer work-class households. That is a record low. There are 730,000 fewer children living in work-class households, also a record low, and 50,000 fewer households where no member has ever worked. I will give way to my honourable friend.
Thank the Chancellor for giving way. Could he, in his excellent speech, also tell the House how much better off someone on low pay is? Because with the increases in the living wage and the increases in the tax-free threshold, households are taking home much more, and particularly the lowest paid.
I'm pleased that my honourable friend has raised that, because it does allow me to remind the House that since 2010, because of the actions that we have taken, including the rise in the minimum wage, the tax cuts, the average person working full-time on the minimum wage is around £3,500 better off a year because of the actions that we have taken. Now, Madam, I will give way later. Let me just make a bit of progress. I will give way later. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, our relationship with the EU is a critically important factor affecting the UK economy, but it is, of course, not the only one. Unlike the party opposite, we will never talk down Britain's economy. I know the Shadow Chancellor, he's predicted a recession almost every year since we came into office, as he was just doing a moment ago. He does it all the time. But the underlying fundamentals of our economy are incredibly strong. 9 years of growth, a healthy labour market with the lowest unemployment rate this country has seen in 45 years, low and stable inflation, an attractive environment for foreign investment. Exactly. So I'm optimistic about the future, but I'm not complacent. We need to prepare our economy to seize the opportunities of leaving the EU, and that is the programme that we are putting to the House in this Queen's speech. I'll give way.
My right honourable friend has already addressed one issue of looking at the impact assessment of various plans. Has he done an impact assessment by any chance of what the implications of borrowing £200 billion would be on the British economy, what it would do to future investment, future pensions, what it would actually do to the working people of this country and how it would destroy their futures?
But I can say to my honourable friend that even my 9-year-old daughter could do that impact assessment on her, probably wouldn't even need a calculator. It would crash the economy like every Labour government does.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and my honourable friend somewhat stole my thunder. There's a lot of talk about economic impact assessments. What about rising income tax, rising corporation tax, death duties, taxes on flights and holidays, voting against nearly £10,000 of tax cuts in this place under this government? That's the right honourable member opposite, the leader, the Shadow Chancellor's policies. What's his economic impact assessment of what that would do to the pockets of my constituents?
Well, I will come on to just that, and I thank my honourable friend for reminding us. And then again, we know the impact of that will be again to crash our economy. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Chancellor for giving way. He knows under the British government's Brexit plan that the no-deal cliff edge would only move to the end of phase 2. So if we do get to his budget statement on the 6th of next month, can we ask the OBR to give us an analysis of what that would mean for the British economy?
First of all, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is no deal cliff edge. And if the honourable gentleman wants to have a smooth exit from the EU, he knows what to do. Vote for the deal and support the government's programme motion. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, sound public finances are the foundation of economic prosperity and strong public services. And we've come a long way since 2010. We inherited a deficit of 10% of GDP. At that time, that was the biggest budget deficit of any advanced economy. It was equivalent to borrowing £5,000 every single second. Well, Madam Speaker, the honourable gentleman says we caused it. That was what was in place when we were in office, when you were in office, when Labour were in office. £5,000 every second. And let's address that point.
Order. Chancellor of the Exchequer.
I think the honourable gentleman, what he wants to hear is the point I'm going to make next. Because I think he wants to be reminded that the whole economy was scarred by Labour's Great Recession. Labour's Great Recession. And it gave us the biggest banking crash, not just in British history, but in global history. Now the shadow minister from a sedentary position asks why, and let me tell her why. The shadow chancellor, let me explain. The shadow chancellor referred to the work of Gordon Brown as though Gordon Brown did some good things, and Gordon Brown was the Labour chancellor that deregulated the banking and financial sector, and
Order. It's a very important debate, but I don't want the Chancellor of the Exchequer to be shouted down. So, Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as I was saying, Gordon Brown, as Chancellor in 1997, boasted about deregulating the banks and the financial sector. At the time, he was warned. He was warned by the then Shadow Chancellor, the Conservative Shadow Chancellor, Peter Lilly. He was warned, and I quote, in November 1997 in this House, the then Shadow Chancellor said that deregulation will cause regulators to take their eye off the ball, and it will be a field day for spivs and crooks everywhere. That's what he said, and during Labour's term in office, bank leverage rocketed from an average of 20 before they came to office to an average of 50 times during their entire time in office. Labour was responsible for the biggest banking crash in global history, and they better get used to it. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've turned. Thankfully, I will give way in a moment. I will give way, make some progress, and I'll come back. Now, we've turned the economy and the public finances around, and I'm not prepared at all to throw away that hard work. The Queen's speech puts fiscal responsibility at the heart of our plans, with a clear commitment to making sure that we keep control of borrowing and debt, and I will set out our detailed plans in the budget. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
I'm grateful to the Chancellor for giving way, and I just wanted to highlight the brass neck of the Chancellor. Having worked in the banking sector, to not accept that it's the banking crisis. The clue's in the name. And he then came into Parliament and presided over dreadful, drastic cuts on our constituents. Police cuts, school cuts, the list goes on. And now he has the brass neck to say it's all going to be fine. You can have your cake and eat it. Having damaged people's lives, he should take responsibility before he starts attacking the Labour Party.
Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I know the Honourable Lady has to say those things because she's also, I think she's applying for a job as well. But she will know that when she became an MP in the same year that I did, that the deficit that the new government inherited was 10% of GDP. And she talks again about the banking crisis. She has to ask herself, why did Britain have the biggest banking crisis in global history? And the answer is because of the Labour government.
I'm very grateful to you in giving way. One of the worst effects of the banking crisis was the impact it had on many thousands of SMEs in this country who lost their lives, livelihoods and sometimes their homes. The Business Banking Resolution Service that is been set up to deal with historic complaints is excluding many people on very tight eligibility criteria I regard as being unfair as somebody sits on that steering group. It does require the intervention of the Chancellor, I think, to get UK finance to come to the table to be fairer about that eligibility criteria. Would he commit to do that?
First of all, can I commend my honourable friend and all the work that he has done and continues to do to support small businesses throughout the country. And he's raised an important issue. He'll know there is work ongoing to address that, but I'll be happy to meet with him and to discuss it further. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Because of the hard work of this UK government to balance the economy that we are spending more in the devolved nations, with an extra £1.2 billion for Scotland in the latest spending review? And does he agree with me? That's in stark contrast to the Shadow Chancellor, who would enable a second independence referendum in Scotland on a whim, despite the will of the Scottish people not wanting that referendum, despite the economic damage that would cause, and despite the fact he used to belong to a unionist party.
Madam Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right. In fact, it is the SNP's obsession with another referendum, another damaging referendum on independence, that is already hitting growth in Scotland, and that's why Scotland is lagging behind growth compared to any other part of the UK. I'll make some progress and then I will give way. Now, I want to, Madam Deputy Speaker, contrast our approach with that of the Labour front bench, who have demanded higher borrowing and higher taxes at every budget and Queen's speech, actually for the last 40-odd years. Their tax rises will hit hard-working families, and they won't make that claim. They won't be clear on that. Their tax avoidance plans, they contain a £2.5 billion mistake, and that's according to the IFS. Their spending promises will cost far more than they say. Their manifesto contained £1 trillion of spending commitments. That's, for the Shadow Chancellor's benefit, that's £1,000 billion of spending commitments. They haven't costed expensive promises like renationalisation, and they have made dozens of unfunded promises since the last election. And you know what's first? What's even worse than that? What's worse? The Shadow Chancellor has admitted that the huge borrowing plans that he's got are just, and I quote, the first step. The first step back to the road of ruin. That's what he means. Now, I'll give way to the Honourable. Yeah.
Grateful to the Chancellor for giving way. I wondered if he remembered the following statement, which actually is from his own website and is still there today. The only thing leaving the EU guarantees is a lost decade for British business. Perhaps he'd like to comment on that as he continues his speech.
There we are. What happened? I will comment on that, because probably like the honourable gentleman, I campaigned for Remain. I lost the argument, but I'm a Democrat, unlike the honourable gentleman. Now, I'll give way.
Chancellor, I'm grateful for the Chancellor giving way. He's been very generous. I'm glad to report that Shropshire has the lowest unemployment in its history. And in fact, nationally, as the Chancellor will know, there are over 1 million vacancies, which in itself raises a challenge, the government perhaps being a victim of its own success. As we discuss the points-based migration system going forward with colleagues across government, in Shropshire, in agriculture, in the NHS, in manufacturing, there are many, many vacancies that need to be filled. Can we ensure that we still attract the very best and brightest, not only domestically to the domestic jobs market, but from the international community as well, Commonwealth, non-Commonwealth, and the EU?
Yes, I agree with my honourable friend, and when I address the Amendment H, I will say a bit more on that. Now, I'll make some progress. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are some that would have us abandon fiscal responsibility altogether. And to those people, I say this. It is only because of the hard work of the British people that we can now afford to invest more. And that's what we're doing when we kickstart a decade of renewal in this country. And our top priority is economic infrastructure. High quality and reliable infrastructure is essential to how we live, how we work and travel. The UK is the fifth largest economy in the world, and it isn't good enough that we've fallen so far behind on infrastructure versus other nations, and we are going to fix that. So in today's Queen's speech, I can confirm that our national infrastructure strategy will be published at the budget. Yeah. And that strategy will deliver better transport, faster broadband and wider mobile coverage. Will level up across every region and nation of this great United Kingdom and deliver on an infrastructure revolution. Yeah. And that strategy will take great strides in one of the most important challenges for this country, and that is the decarbonisation of our economy. Yeah. Building on our record as the first major economy in the world to legislate for net zero by 2050. I'll give way to our friend.
Thank the Chancellor for giving way, and I thank him for the fact that he responded so positively to a joint campaign by myself and Andy Street, the Mayor of the West Midlands Combined Authority, for funding to open 2 additional train stations in Walsall, including one in Willenhall in my constituency. Thank you for that money.
Thank you. That's exactly what I mean, Madam Deputy, going to about levelling up the economy and making sure all parts of our great nation are benefiting from that infrastructure revolution. I'll give way to the right old gentleman.
The Chancellor has been very, very generous. The British people collectively, as taxpayers, bailed out the banks a decade ago, and the banks have repaid the taxpayers by closing down branches on every high street in every village in the country. And just in the last 2 weeks, we've seen Barclays withdraw from the scheme that underpinned the post offices who now do their work for them. Absolutely. Will he stand up to Barclays and demand that they remain part of that post office scheme?
Where I will agree with the right old gentleman is the bank should think carefully about their responsibility to all communities, and that is one of the reasons why the Economic Secretary met just today with the Chief Executive of Barclays to discuss that very issue. I'll give way to our elder friend.
My honourable friend for giving way. I welcome his announcements on infrastructure and broadband that will apply in Scotland as well as other parts of the country. But can he also confirm that when the Conservative and Liberals came to government, we were spending around 20 billion more on interest payments, and those interest payments were going to international bondholders. So in fact, the friends of the international bankers and financiers are indeed the Labour Party and not the people on this bench.
My honourable friend is right, and it also illustrates why the Labour Chancellor deregulated the banking system and created a light touch system, and we all paid the price for that. Now, I want to, Madam Deputy Speaker, compare my approach to infrastructure to Labour's approach. I'm going to invest in new infrastructure that will grow the economy. Labour will borrow hundreds of billions to renationalise productive assets and then run them into the ground. I want to unleash all the talent and expertise of the private sector. Now, Labour say, and I quote the Shadow Chancellor, Labour say that business is the enemy and that they would tax them into submission. I'll do all this within a careful and credible fiscal framework. Labour would simply waste the money just like last time. I'll give way.
To the Chancellor, because there is a real credibility gap in what he is saying, because if austerity was the right thing to do in 2010, the question has to be, why isn't it still the right thing to do now when debt is double? It's £1.8 trillion, 80% of GDP. So how can we believe this huge spending spree that the government intends to go on, but when it's been doing quite the opposite in the past to try and tackle this problem? And he's keen on quoting the Institute of Fiscal Studies, but they predict that we will need another dose of austerity if he carries on. So it's investment that this economy needs, not the austerity that the government is planning.
Well, first of all, Madam Deputy Speaker, the IFS do not predict that at all, and the gentleman should check his facts. And secondly, I should gently point out to him that debt is brought under control by controlling borrowing. Borrowing is the deficit. The deficit was the thing that I referred to, that your party, the Honourable Gentleman's Party, left at 10% of GDP and now is 4/5 less than that. That's how you bring debt under control, by controlling borrowing. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, better infrastructure and fiscal responsibility will enable our future economic growth. But so will trade. 90% of future global economic growth is estimated to be outside of Europe, more than a quarter, for example, coming from China alone. Britain has always been an open country that believes in free trade. British businesses have strong trading relationships around the world. Now, the new deal that we've agreed with the EU will allow us to have an independent trade policy and strike new trade agreements with all countries around the world. The new trade bill will put that into practice. And comparing that to Labour's position on trade, Labour would lock us into the EU customs union, ending any chance of an independent trade policy. And Madam Deputy Speaker, how did Labour's head of trade policy, how did he describe Labour's views? And I quote, he said, and I quote, "We reject the whole principle of free trade." Now, our support for free trade is not the only thing that marks Britain out on the global stage. Our remarkable financial services sector, now it's back to good health, does so too. Not just the City of London, but our financial services sector in the entire UK. And that includes all our financial and professional services firms, which are truly a national asset, employing more than 1 million people and contributing more than £130 billion to our economy every year. The financial services legislation that we're bringing forward in this Queen's speech will maintain and enhance our position as a world-leading financial centre after we leave the EU. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I will in a moment, but I must make some progress. Now that's what this Queen's speech delivers. Getting Brexit done, investing more to grow the economy, delivering on the people's priorities, action on infrastructure, trade and financial services, and a new economic plan for a new decade of renewal. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
Thank the Chancellor for giving way. And he is, I'm sure, correct that there are some parts of the economy that will benefit from some of the changes, but there are also parts of the economy, particularly in the North East, that will be heavily damaged by the plans that he is outlining and that are outlined in this deal. The North East exports over 60% of its goods to the EU. To damage those relationships will be hugely damaging to our region. He doesn't seem to take any account of the disparate regional impacts around the country.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I have to say I don't accept the analysis of the Honourable Lady. I think that once we leave with our close economic partnership that's been set out in the political declaration, our economy will still continue to be one of the strongest in the world, and it will also unleash many new opportunities for all parts of our country, including the North East. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to turn to the amendment in the name of the Right Honourable Member for Ross Skye and Loch Harbour. Let's be clear on one thing. Britain will always be an open, global, outward-looking country. I'm proud of living in a country as diverse as this one. We've dropped arbitrary immigration targets. We've recently announced new, highly flexible fast-track visas for scientists. And none of this will change as we leave the EU. We will continue to welcome the best and the brightest from across the world. So I would urge all honourable members to vote against this amendment today, because it is important that we end free movement as we regain control of our borders. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to turn to the amendment in the Shadow Chancellor's name. There are no mainstream parties in the developed world with an economic agenda as extreme as the one now proposed by Labour. There's no tax that they wouldn't hike. There's no business that they wouldn't nationalise, and there is no strike that they wouldn't support. Instead of embracing the future, the Shadow Chancellor demands that we turn back the clock on the progress that we've made so far. Now, he claims that 95% of people would face no income tax hikes under Labour. But then he goes on to propose more than 20 new tax hikes. He claims that he'd protect pensioners, but then tell that to the millions whose pensions will be smashed by their threats to renationalise vast swathes of the economy without any proper compensation. He told businesses that he had nothing up his sleeves. That's what he said. But then announced plans to confiscate £300 billion of shares from private investors in the biggest ever state raid this country would ever see. He's never worked in a business. He doesn't get business. No. He literally even refuses to name a single business that he admires. And guess what? He calls business the real enemy. Yeah. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, with his threats to hike taxes, to renationalise them, and to load them up with new bills and regulations, I'm pretty sure that the feeling is mutual. We've even had, and I'm not making this up, we've even had Labour officials suggesting the nationalisation of travel agents. So it's going to be 3 trips to Havana for the Labour front bench, and maybe a ticket to Siberia for the member for West Bromwich East. Now, the simple truth, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that Labour are not fit to govern. They would wreck the economy, and it's hard-working families that would pay the price, just like last time. Yeah, exactly. Madam Deputy Speaker, these are the fundamental dividing lines in British politics today. We will raise wages, they will raise taxes. Yep. We will back business, they will smash business. Yep. We will get Brexit done, they will dither and delay. Yeah. A Conservative party that believes in free enterprise, that will get Brexit done and deliver the change that people want. Or an anti-aspiration, anti-business Labour Party led by a pair who would wreck the economy, cancel the referendum, and leave Britain less secure and less safe. Now, I know that the Shadow Chancellor is a fan of the Little Red Book, but these days, I have to say, he's less Chairman Mao and more Colonel Sanders. Too chicken to face an election. So I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, I say let's back this deal. Let's back this Queen's speech, and let's have that general election. I commend this to the House.
Kirsty Blackman. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for calling me to speak in the final day of debate on the Queen's.
Order, Kath McKinnell. It better be good.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I did not want to interrupt the Chancellor's speech out of respect, but is it within order for the Chancellor of the Exchequer to impugn a member's motive, the member for Bethnal Green and Bow, to impugn the motive for her raising concerns on behalf of her constituents? And does she not agree that it is unparliamentary for somebody holding his high office to do so, especially when he refuses to appear in front of the Treasury Select Committee to answer directly for his plans?
Well, I sort of thank the point of order, the honourable lady with that point of order. I really don't want to see the debate interrupted by points of order when actually what we've heard is frankly a matter of debate. It's a matter of whether people think that is appropriate. But really, I do want us to get on with the debate. So, Kirsty Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm not standing up here as a job application, as has been suggested from some of the other people. In fact, what we're trying to do is to work ourselves out of a job, because we're in an independent Scotland, not one that has to send representatives to this place. I'd like to take this opportunity to formally move the amendment in the name of the Right Honourable Member for Ross Skye and Lochaber, the Leader of Plaid Cymru, and in the House of Commons, and many others on these benches. Madam Deputy Speaker, this place has been nothing short of chaotic in the past few weeks and, in fact, in the past 3 years. If those of us in here are looking on in horror at the childish behaviour of the UK government, I can only imagine how people out there are feeling watching the utter chaos created by the actions of this Tory government. The Queen's speech this year comes in the most turbulent and uncertain times that these Isles have seen in decades. In the pursuit of a hard Tory Brexit that rips us out of the single market, it's already meant that the Scottish economy is £3 billion smaller than if none of this had been foisted upon us by this government. UK in a changing Europe has estimated that GDP per capita will be some 6.4% lower in the long run, compared to a situation where the UK remained in the EU. That represents every person across these Isles missing out on £2,000 of income on average each year. Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, sorry, I'd like to talk about the impact of the loss of the single market that is proposed by this trade deal. The world's largest economic bloc, it gives businesses in Britain access to 500 million customers with no barriers, no tariffs and no local legislation to worry about. It's no surprise that nearly half our exports go to other EU nations, exports that are linked to 3 million jobs in the UK. Today, almost 80% of British jobs are part of the service sector. It's a sector with exports of £226 billion, nearly half of which go to Europe. I can see why people want to leave the EU. Arguments about national identity and sovereignty pack an emotional punch. But for anyone who cares about British jobs, it comes down to one key question. Do businesses want the benefits and security of continued access to the single market, or the instability and uncertainty of a lost decade? These are not my words, Madam Deputy Speaker. These are the words of the Chancellor of the Exchequer before he was sitting there. And he is willing to tip businesses into that lost decade in order to pursue this hard Tory Brexit.
Lady for giving way. She's talking about childish behaviour, but it was, of course, the SNP that walked out of proceedings in this House rather than actually participate in debate. But on specifics about tipping the economy over, does my right honourable friend, I would say, understand the irony of a nationalist standing up in this House talking about leaving an internal market and costing billions of pounds when that is the reason in existence of the Scottish Nationalist Party?
Madam Deputy Speaker, in fact, the only reason that the SNP walked out of this place is because our leader was chucked out. But we followed him out of this place because we were standing up for the rights of the Scottish Parliament. We were standing up against the power grab that this place was foisting on us. Madam Deputy Speaker, a couple of weeks ago, a poll came out. This panel-based poll showed that more people in Scotland believe that they would be better off in an independent Scotland within the EU than in broken Brexit Britain. We are winning the economic argument and the Conservatives are losing it. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Conservatives know that they're losing it because they're unwilling to put forward an economic impact assessment of this deal. They're unwilling to allow the OBR to publish the figures on what would happen to the economy as a result of the Prime Minister's Brexit deal. And that's why they're wavering about the date of the budget. The Chancellor would confirm that the budget will come forward on the 6th of November and that the OBR figures will be published. That would be very welcome news, but it seems like he's not keen to see those figures come forward. I'll give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. I think, can I suggest that a vibrant Scottish economy, whether independent or within the UK, does rely on a viable banking network. Very shortly, I'm going to have only one branch of a bank left in the whole county of Sutherland. And every time I've raised this, the Treasury has given me comforting words about 99% of the population having access to a local post office. Many of my constituents live 20, 30, 40 or even more miles from the nearest post office or bank branch. Surely now, this is time to take action on this very serious issue, which will fundamentally undermine the economy, not just of Scotland, but also of the UK.
I agree with the comments made by the Honourable Member. In fact, the SNP have been at the forefront of fighting rural banking closures and of saying actually that post office services are inadequate and unable to take on the role that is being foisted upon them by the closure of banks. We will continue to do everything that we can to support our communities to ensure they have access to free banking services local to them that they can get to by public transport if at all possible. We will keep doing what we can in that space.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and she is making, as ever, a fantastic contribution and speech. Does she agree with me that it is this Tory government that is the biggest threat in a generation to Scotland and its economy, particularly the tourism sector? Yes. Particularly the tourism sector, which benefits all of our constituencies. Scotland has rightly been recognised as one of the most beautiful countries in the world, and 70% of businesses in the tourism sector are worried about the end of free movement of people and access to those vital members of the European Union and labour for their businesses.
Yes. I absolutely agree with my honourable colleague. I was just about to come on to the details on our amendment about the issues around the loss of freedom of movement and the problems that it will cause. As laid out in our amendment, Madam Deputy Speaker, we believe that freedom of movement has brought immeasurable social, cultural and economic benefits to the people of Scotland, England, Wales and Northern Ireland, and in fact the European Union as a whole. So I want to focus for a minute on the economic benefits of immigration and the significant problems that will be caused by the implementation of the immigration bill that the government intends to bring forward. Each EU citizen who comes to Scotland, Madam Deputy Speaker, adds £34,400 to GDP each year. That is not an insignificant number. Largely those people who choose to come and live and work in Scotland are young, they're working, they have relatively few healthcare needs and they are contributing economically to our country's wealth. Reducing the number of EU migrants by setting arbitrary salary levels and by reducing our ability to attract both long-term and seasonal migrants will hit our economy. It will hit our economy even harder than some of the other things around Brexit. We don't want this future. We want our country to continue to be the welcoming, inclusive, outward-looking country that it is, and we absolutely reject the Tories' proposals around immigration.
I thank my honourable friend from giving way. Is it not the case that over the course of the last 100 years that Scotland has faced a unique challenge in growing its population? And it's only since being in the European Union and that benefit of EU migrants that we've seen Scotland's population begin to grow. What right-minded person would put that rising population, that rising workforce at risk by ending free movement?
One of the first political moments that I remember as a teenager was Jack McConnell talking about Scotland's population dipping and about the massive concerns that there were around the millennium of Scotland's population going below, I think it was 5 million at the time. And I remember hearing that, and I remember thinking how devastating that was, even as a 14-year-old in 2000. And I am so pleased that we have had the freedom of movement that has come as part of the European Union. My kids go to class at school with so many children from so many countries around the world, and a huge number of those are from the European Union, and they are living in Aberdeen, which, as outside London, Aberdeen has got the highest percentage of non-UK born people in Scotland, in the UK, which is quite amazing for a place that people think is quite far away. Well, we're actually pretty good at attracting people. But we struggle with the immigration rules, and every week in my office I have people coming, sitting around my table, crying because the UK government is saying that despite the fact that they have jumped through every possible hoop that has been put in front of them, that they are not able to stay and they must return to Nigeria or Poland or whichever country it is that they've originated from. And this UK government is attempting to make that situation worse, not better. I also want to look at the economic impact of failing to support technologies that help to meet our climate change targets. In Scotland, we've got the skills, we've got the ability, we've got the capacity, and we've got the geography to become world leaders in these technologies. But we need the UK government to stop messing around and to take their responsibilities seriously. We must have immediate action to support and invest in carbon capture and storage technologies. We are uniquely placed with our geology to capitalise on this and to become world leaders in this space. And we cannot see the situation that happened when George Osborne was in the Treasury and pulled funding at the very last moment for these vital future technologies for our country. We also need a UK government to take their responsibilities seriously in this. They cannot just set a target of 2050 and then refuse to set out a plan plan for how they are going to get there. They should look at what the Scottish Government has done around the Green New Deal, which actually sets our targets and makes clear how we're going to reach our target of 2045, rather than just having an arbitrary pie-in-the-sky target. And as my colleague from Edinburgh North and Leith said earlier on in this debate, doing lots of talk and no actual action. So, on the Environment Bill, we'd like the Government to actually take action on this.
She makes a very important point about different devolved administrations going at different paces. They've seen cuts, actual cuts now, to energy efficiency measures in England, whereas Scotland spent 4 times more on energy efficiency, Wales twice as much, and Northern Ireland, which doesn't even have a government, 1.5 times more than the UK.
I think this is a hugely concerning direction of travel. You know, despite climate change and potentially things warming up, we need to have energy efficiency measures. If we want to decarbonise our gas networks, for example, we need to do things like adding hydrogen and biomethane into the mix, but we also need to do things like ensuring that we have incredibly energy efficient homes, whether that is new homes or whether that is retrofitting to older homes. In Aberdeen, we've had a campaign of putting insulation in granite tenements, which are particularly difficult to insulate, and particularly common in Aberdeen, and that's made a massive improvement, not just in terms of energy efficiency and climate change targets, but also in terms of the wealth of those people who no longer have to pay those immensely high heating bills. I know the Madam Deputy Speaker is looking at me. I will make some progress. We are going to focus. I'm going to focus lastly on tackling inequality. This Queen's speech offers no rays of sunshine. What we are doing in Scotland is we are bringing forward all of our spending review plans, our programme for government, our national performance framework is looking at the future plans on the basis of the well-being of people who live in Scotland. Scotland and New Zealand are leading the way in the world in this space. The UK government is not taking account of well-being. As you can see by the fact that every time they stand up, they talk about how great it is that we have such low unemployment, how rich everybody is, how well everybody's doing, how much high their wages are. If you ask people in the streets, if you ask people at our surgeries, if they feel like they are richer than they were before a decade of austerity, they will all say they are not richer, and that this Tory government has catapulted them into poverty. We are seeing increasing numbers in children in poverty. We're doing everything we can in Scotland to combat that by looking at things like the baby box, by the Scottish child payment. Our government is doing everything that it can, but it cannot mitigate every single of the excesses of Tory austerity, no matter how hard we try, because we do not have all of the levers available with independence.
Honourable Member giving way. Does she share with me a certain level of disappointment that in opening this debate, the government were unable to give us a date when they're going to close food banks?
I agree, and I'm incredibly concerned about the increase in food bank use that there has been, particularly from those people who are working. The government is talking about the fact that so many more people are at work, but so many more of those people who are at work are having to go to food banks. People are having to make the choice between heating their homes and feeding their children. Half of families, Madam Deputy Speaker, have got less than £100 in savings. For half of families, if their washing machine breaks down and their kid needs a new pair of shoes, they are into debt. That situation cannot continue. We need this UK government to step up, to ensure that people are paid an actual living wage that they can actually live on. Whether they are 19 or 29 or 59, Madam Deputy Speaker, does not matter what age they are, they should be paid a living wage that they can live on. I'm just coming to my last couple of sentences on this. Last time.
I'm extremely grateful to her for giving way, and I absolutely share her sentiments that our SNP-led Scottish Government in Scotland is fed up of filling the black holes of this Westminster government that is destroying the fabric of our society. And does she agree with me that it's time they got their house in order? I've had contact from constituents this week who are waiting on their maternity allowance and have been told by the DWP that there is a backlog back to June, and that families and women who are due to have babies are going to be left in poverty because of this government's mismanagement. Does she agree that that cannot continue?
Madam Deputy Speaker, that is genuinely shocking. Maternity allowance is something that people absolutely need to get if they are entitled to it, and this UK government needs to step up to the plate and ensure that those women who are entitled to maternity allowance get it without a number of months of backlog. The government keeps talking about getting Brexit done. Now, the reality, as laid out in the Chancellor's piece that he wrote in 2016, is that getting Brexit done, whether a deal is passed this week or not, there will be years, if not decades, of negotiations with the EU. Now, this government needs to be honest with people about that. They are not going to be able to get Brexit done in the next week, whatever happens. We need that extension to happen, and we need to ensure that there is no cliff edge.
I wondered, as my honourable friend share my concern at reports that the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, addressing a committee in the Senedd in Cardiff, has just told us that there are no impact assessments for Holyhead.
I'm quite shocked that the UK government would try and convince us to vote for anything that they refuse to do an impact assessment on. And this is why, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am taking the opportunity to throw down at the gauntlet to all of those MPs who represent Scottish or Welsh constituencies today. They should all walk through the lobby with us, supporting Amendment H. Because if they don't support the rights and the desires of the people of Scotland and the people of Wales, they will be doing a disservice to their constituents, to their constituencies and to their countries. Madam Deputy Speaker, we must have this amendment going through tonight, because we must recognise the importance of freedom of movement. We must recognise the negative impacts on inequality that this government is having, and we must do everything that we can to recognise that there is a climate emergency and to ensure that solid action is taken to step up to the plate and become world leaders in this space.
Order. Obviously, this debate is very well subscribed, so after the next speaker, I shall be imposing a 5-minute time limit. It may have to come down from that, but after the next speaker, it will be 5 minutes. Sir Michael Fallon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I remind the House of the interests recorded in the register. In supporting this excellent Queen's speech tonight, I want to touch very briefly on just 3 areas: expenditure, the new borrowing framework, and what more we can do to make our capitalism inclusive. On the expenditure, the new money for the NHS and for schools is extremely welcome. For the NHS, I hope it will help relieve the pressure on our general practitioners. I hope it will get more resources into mental health. I hope it will start to fill the gap between health and social care. And I hope it can do all that without involving us in yet another bureaucratic reorganisation at any level. The extra money for schools is particularly welcome in Kent, because at long last it addresses the inequality of funding between some of our shires and the metropolitan areas. It will mean more for primary schools in my constituency, which have been historically underfunded. And I hope as that money comes through, the Education Secretary will also look at how we can better protect the main schools block, which at the moment authorities like Kent are having to raid to cope with the increasing demands for special needs. Having welcomed the extra expenditure, I also welcome, given that the previous fiscal framework is clearly under some stress, I also welcome the Chancellor's ambition to set out in his budget a new fiscal framework for the future. I hope it will be a framework that is clear and credible for the markets. I hope he will also avoid some of the fudgeable targets and fuzzy definitions and classifications that we saw in the latter years of Gordon Brown's chancellorship. Thirdly, I hope as Conservatives we will continue to look at how we defend and refresh our capitalism and make it more inclusive for all of our country. Back in the 1980s, we developed popular capitalism. We had 11 million people in this country holding shares. They had a stake in the privatised industries. Too many of those private industries, 30 years on, are too poorly regulated, and we've seen share ownership in decline. Let me give an example of two of those industries. The first is rail. We had, as Member of Parliament, and I think my honourable friend, the member for Tunbridge and Morning, was there with me, we had last year to intervene in the timetable chaos and persuade one rail operator, sharing a line with another, to pick up passengers stranded by the other, when both rail operators were actually subsidiaries of the same group. Why did it take members of Parliament to have to intervene? Where was the rail regulator sorting this out? So I welcome the proposals in the Queen's speech to look again at the structure of the industry and ensure that it is better accountable and better regulated. Take water too. Thames Water has been privatised for 30 years. It pays hundreds of millions over to its shareholders, it's paid to its parent company, but yet it's behind on its leakage targets. It's behind other water companies on the installation of smarter meters. And because it's behind, it is bleeding the chalk streams around London, including the River Darent. It is bleeding these streams because of the necessary extraction of water it needs to top up its supplies in the centre of London. Of course I give way.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. He's been an example, in fact, in helping to bring various of those companies together to realise their duties. Would you also agree with me, however, there are good examples? There are examples like Greggs, for example, that has done an enormous amount in pushing share ownership towards employees and has massively improved the equity stake that individuals have in the product of their own labour.
Well, I certainly understand that, but he takes me on to the point I want to conclude with, Madam Deputy Speaker, and that is what more we can do to encourage share ownership. Some of the employee share schemes we have, and I've written to the Chancellor on this, some of them are still very complicated. The qualifying periods are still very long and do not reflect the mobility of the modern workforce. And I'm afraid to say some of the lower paid staff simply can't afford to participate in them. So I hope the Chancellor, when it comes to his budget, will keep looking at how we can do more to promote employee share ownership in particular, by reducing the qualifying periods and giving people a real incentive to save. One of my heroes of the year, and there must be many candidates... I won't, I'm just finishing, I'm sorry. One of my heroes of the year, and there may be many other candidates, is, Madam Deputy Speaker, an entrepreneur called Julian Richer, who is now coming up to retirement and is handing over 40% of his company, Richer Sounds, to the employees, ensuring they have a stake in the future. I think we need more incentives like that to promote loyalty and give people a real stake in their future. Having said that, I thoroughly support this Queen's speech tonight.
Lillian Greenwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's hard to take the Queen's speech seriously as a statement of intent from a government that has no majority and is hell-bent on taking us down a reckless route out of the European Union. Now, I'm sure that my constituents wanted to believe it when the government promised to address violent crime, measures to support and strengthen the National Health Service and investment in education. But I'm afraid they'll be